Whap. Bro, I captured that game like ages ago. What the hell?
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Anyway, hello. God, I disappeared for, a week or something, supposedly. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're finally going to... before we start, man, I have to show this bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
I've been stuck here forever because I didn't get the chance to stream last week, so I've been just like, I could do this. I could do all of this. All of this is possible. After this intervallo and the fucking Walpurgisnacht pack, this is gonna happen soon. I'm done with like majority of shit at this point. This is literally the fucking thing it's gonna get me, man. It's gonna get me.
It's going to assassinate him.
Like I'm so close to this, to the completionist one. I want the completion banner. I want it. I want it so bad. And also like I guess these two, maybe. I don't know. Less important, really. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Faust is gonna be talking a lot, isn't she?
Maybe.
I don't. You know what? I don't know. I think Faust's actually gonna say hi, Dante, and then leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hi, Heathcliff. Hi, Heathcliff. Hi, Heathcliff.
Oh, Heathcliff.
Hi, Heathcliff. Nope. I forgot about that.
Don, yeah, Don is...
Don, are you... Don, what are you doing there? What is that line is in there? Like, what is that?
It's a breathing tube. You can see the mask.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Why is... hers is, like, the only one that's, like, that far up? It's really funny. Because she's short. Anyway, I don't want to, like... I'm gonna get so sidetracked with this shit. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. God. Which, I suppose, is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. Man, Faust might talk in this intervallo. I don't know. It's because they gave Faust a talking role because Faust was like on the entirety of the last.
Yeah.
Along with several other key cast members. Okay, can I do this right now? Can I? It's been like a week, 2 weeks since I did Faust, so I gotta fucking I don't know if I can do it. No. God, it feels so wrong at first every time, and then I eventually like get it. No, we are not yet at our we are not yet at our destination. There we go. It's closer. It's getting there. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So, this train is still running? Yes. God, I really wish I could get right into the Faust place, but it always takes me a while to like I don't know. I feel like I have to expand my lungs every time. Where are we? This is what I get for having fucking, asthma. This is what I get. I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? I don't think so, Dante. There was an unusually long silence from Faust. Oh no. Oh boy. You were half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. I'm Gregor. What's up, gamers? Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Ten out of 10. 10 out of 10. Wonderful. Peak, even. God, I need to stop laughing so hard, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to do Rodian's voice. oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? It really happened in the blink of an... This is gonna be fucking hilarious, isn't it? No.
Whoa! We're here already. I guess I really was worrying over nothing.
No. It's just peak.
Yeah.
Honestly, they should do this more often. Faust just shutting them down like that. No. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Okay. Dante, I'm understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstances necessary. That brings us to the present.
Let me get this right. This train's still running.
And we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Art about that striketh me as quite dramatic.
Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew this was... Are you saying that you'd already... God. Please stop. Are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? God. Yes. What the hell is wrong with you? Huh? Listeners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the... It's not like we can just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan.
Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body.
But, hey, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got the plan, right? A moment of silence for the plan. Right? Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
What's up with her? Lass looks totally out of it today.
She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust. And for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
If you say so, I'll go along with it.
Fine, I suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything.
Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, and decided to contact us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortion themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
Passengers spirited away! Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not?
That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. God, I fucking hate allergies. Can we, remove them? I hate allergies, man.
So true.
Causing me to have phlegm and shit, making, my life harder. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master key card that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning.
These bloody wings, every single one of them's been absolutely balmy.
Yo, Honglu! 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 We love Honglu. I'm so excited to get to Honglu's Kanto
Yeah.
in a year.
Yeah, true.
I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant. Not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us.
It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself.
Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated it if you at least gave us a hint.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right?
That is... Not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. Really? I believe you. In quotes. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust after all. Sorry, I can't say that. That caught me off guard. Yeah, I love that he says that. Like, Faust disappoints us all the time.
Yeah.
But she is Faust after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation.
So what's next on our agenda?
Yeah. What's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we're gonna rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. Real, honestly? That's real. What are we discussing, Faust? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. See, now I've got it. It always sucks at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, I always, like, struggle with it so hard at first, and then, like, now I've got it. Like... Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated. God, that's the word. That's how you pronounce the word.
Exacerbated.
Sorry, I don't say that word a lot. Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. What the fuck?
Gesellschaft.
Gesellschaft.
Yes.
Gesellschaft.
Which means... It basically means... a society or a group as, like, a formal organization, basically.
My connection to Gesellschaft, I mean, Faust, has been severed. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I really was right to be anxious. Oh, it wasn't that long.
Yeah, no.
It was the first two that were like an hour long each.
Yeah.
Yo, combat! Yeah, I might be over level, be real. I might be a little over level. Not this team. I might be a little over level.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
hey! Yo! Yo, look! I can finally have...
Yo, you finally got to the part where they started doing this as the norm.
투입이군.
나를 귀만 잡고 있을 때 말뚝을
차! 의뢰로군. 차!
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
I love that. I love the minus 30 entry as
Yeah.
minus 30. I'm glad they did that, like, specifically. There's not another identity with, like, all minus
Sunshower.
bonus. Oh, right. So is it just those two that have this?
It's just those two, yes.
That's really funny.
제압을 준비합니다.
What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something... Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet? Like you said last time. One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this, or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not have been subject to cross-observation. Like, this voice has gotten so much easier for me, except for doing it, like, first time every stream. Like...
Yeah.
Like, I got the way I want to do Faust's voice, like, down, unless it's, like, the start of the stream, and I fucking can't. For some reason. If this is not the case, then No, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost. Not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright, for now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, and the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners, the fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension.
What, so reckon this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all gonna bite it once it opens.
How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down?
He's already losing it.
Billion years in this box.
Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a search and sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard time scale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh?
I feel like I just blinked and I guess that's hibernation for you.
As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars.
The part where they thrashed the shite out of one another, turned the limbs off all that mess.
No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's just supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with.
Yeah. Like, I gotta think about this. Like it's kind of fucked up that they don't do anything about when, like, I guess it's strictly because the passengers are missing. Also,
Yeah,
it's kind
which is
of
bad PR.
which is bad PR and shit. But like, also, like, if you think about it, a warp train is kind of a horrible, wonderful in the sense breeding ground for like distortions at this point. Like, you could drive a person insane very easily here. This shit is a breeding ground for all that shit. Like, I could imagine there's already a fucking abnormality that's like has to do with this shit, which is a wonderful thing. W Corp's warp trains are so fucked up that they have hatched an abnormality. Just let that sink in. It's an abnormality specific to the warp trains. It's actually horrendous, man. Actually horrendous. Precisely. In my opinion, it is.
Hold that thought for but a moment.
Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping. Forsooth, past this gate must be.
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
It is possible that there must be, Lady Faust?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if you observed it. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
Whoa, hang on a minute. You gonna open that door?
I intend to follow your usual flavors. I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. That there are times in which physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. God, fucking hell.
Huh? My suggestion? Well, I ain't gonna disagree with you there, but what's gotten into your lass?
After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Dante said that. After a brief mechanical beat. So who's voicing this one?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's like a creature sound.
I have no idea.
I'm just gonna like hideous creature just suddenly crashed through the door and charged wildly in our direction. It probably was a creature sound, to be real. I don't know why it didn't have a creature sound, because that's not...
Creature.
You're very interesting. Oh! Oh! That's a jam.
Yeah.
Man, I wonder what these guys do. I wonder what this... this doesn't look familiar, like... at all. Are those fucking crystals? They got crystal
They are
hands?
crystals.
Sorry.
They are indeed crystals.
Craving blood bag passage. They got blood crystal hands. Ugh, this is a jam. What the hell?
Yeah.
I gotta like jam out. Oh, I see. Yeah, Yeah. I.
Like how
Yeah.
that's guaranteed to be 8 if they hit with all coins.
Yeah. That's kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Just throw that on top of it too. Yeah. All right. I see. Don't bring your bleed builds here, folks. Don't bring your bleed builds here.
Yeah, if
folks.
you take bleed into this mirror dungeon pack, you kind of die.
Nah, don't take your. You... I can imagine the fun times I'm gonna have here in Mirror Dungeon. This is. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm glad I'm over level. Great now. I don't know. I haven't really like super looked into those IVs. I haven't gotten there yet.
Antho 6 is huge because it's Antho, by the way.
Oh, right. I get them like so mixed up. I get them so mixed up, man. I try to number them, but like I think of the season number, and then I just mix everything up.
It
man.
is very confusing.
I know that there's 3 Kanthos in season 1. I just like my head doesn't know that sometimes. You mix it up too? That's what I was assuming. Cause cause 6 is mostly syncing, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Have fun with that, Faust. Have fun with that, Faust. Guys, please kill them.
먹기좋게 차려졌지 않나.
Guys,
거
kill these guys.
Nice killing these guys.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Guys, obliterate them. Yay.
갑니다.
Yeah!
목이 피야 턱을 마실걸?
저런 개인적인 개체가 약화되는 40. 먹지.
Gone. Man, I love that attack so much.
Yeah.
전부 쳐죽여!
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
Get him, Gregor. You did not kill him.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Leaving an enemy at 3 HP.
True.
Gregor, you're fired.
Lady Faust, how similar in appearance they may have been to the passenger. Sorry, Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers. Verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense.
Like people politified by the whale.
Don Quixote hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them. She hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. She would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust.
Huh, yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something?
Yeah, Faust, we're not gonna be able to keep this act up very long. The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? He's eating.
Oh,
Yeah, you can't really kill anything on a warp train. I don't know if you remember this. Anyway, but like, you can't really kill a warp. You can't kill anything.
you
on a
can't kill a warp train.
You can't kill a warp train. Last I checked, I'm pretty sure you can't kill one of those. Man, when are we fighting the warp train? When's that battle?
You're right, you're right.
Canto 16, Intervallo. It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this place. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this. Huh? What was that about? Nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Isong grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. It was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Nissan.
Did Miss Faust just get something wrong?
Wow, Nissan sure is an expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Good job, Dante! Good job!
True.
Get their eyes off Faust! Holy shit! Gladly, if you would allow me. Isong began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate.
Verily, 'tis this one's heart beats still.
Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpses, though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence in continuance of God. Stop saying words, please! Stop saying big words, Isong! Moratorium. Existence in continuance of moratorium. Forced they are to be tethered upon the tiniest yet 10 God, Gerald, help. He's saying too many big words at once, and I'm
Tenacious?
Tenacious? It's just too many big words, okay? My brain is not keeping up. Forced they are to be tethered upon the tiniest yet tenacious thread of life.
I ill understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same.
If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Or it is not— God! Stop skipping words, Brain. God. It is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be.
I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over.
It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of that word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, we'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed.
It soon clicked in me that Faust was, though with some awkward effort, still trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right. Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Now I'm trying to like whisper as Faust. It's not working out.
Yeah.
Faust's voice is kind of like already basically a whisper. It's just like loud whispering. Well, if there's anything I can tell you, Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions, or... Oh. Man! What the hell? Why they gotta be ads? Man. Never before has an ad played on this channel.
True.
This is the first time, I think. Urgh. Man, you ever just, like, sit here silently, wait for ads?
True. True.
Man, I wonder what's going on this warp train.
I have no idea.
I wonder what's going on this here warp train. I wonder what could possibly be the reason for these passengers to be this way. They didn't look familiar in any way, shape, or form, so, like, I couldn't tell you. Me personally, I couldn't tell you. They don't look like, perhaps. I mean, if anything... Or did they? What do you mean by that? What's this guy talking about? I forgot my own sentence. Man, they kind of... I kind of don't know. We've never seen anything like this before. Saying that they don't... God, what are the fucking things called?
What?
The vampire equivalents?
Blood fiends?
Yeah, that. Thank you. Hey! Shush! I mean, I already figured, but, like, shush. Are they why is... Yeah, we don't spoil, man. No spoilers. Even though I figured No spoilers. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. If only we were talking about the same... Yeah, I don't know, man. Something inexplicable. An unclear sensation, or an aura. I felt this sensation before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortion, or even the Pekatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry. I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
She just smiled to herself with gore in her hands.
Oh, finally. God, where's your voice? God. Where's your voice, Ryoshu? Where'd it go? Oh, finally. The awakening has begun. This is not your voice, but I genuinely can't find it in me right now. Genuinely lost. But you're right. Faust? Like gore? First time in...
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니 이제 당신들도 우리 조직 밑에서 구르게 되겠죠. 식구 취급을 해주진 않으니
I'm gonna be
알아서
able...
기세요.
Oh, there's more fucking reading? Ugh. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors?
Our passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived to...
Whomst? Never seen this guy before.
She's a girl, first of all.
Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys?
The trend continues. The trend continues, chat. He will always be strong, independent woman.
You're right.
A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
Also, this is who the Faust ID is made.
Okay. That I don't have yet, sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, God. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
Right. Like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open.
Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening.
Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago.
Oh, you want to see what this old timer's got left in him?
Taught from the north, verily.
You might.
Thy garb is that of northerners, no?
That's good. As you came in from on this one. Normally, it's like the aha is the only thing gone. It's fine. I'll find a way to fix that eventually. Whether it's like I have to find like a specific mic or something, or like I have to get you like some setup for it or something. I don't know. It's weird, man. I'm glad that Don Quixote remembers.
This really ain't the time, lass.
I'm glad Don Quixote remembers, man. It's only been like several minutes. Real.
So true.
I mean, in her eyes, maybe.
Anyways, looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah?
She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste.
Bitten! The bloody hell are you talking about?
Weird. You look completely lost. You were in one of the economy cars. I'm sure you've seen. Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car?
Oh?
Low Pol 9 error 34,433,443,333 Low Pol 9 error.
Good. Thank you for the subscription. 34 billion for so stupid. I love fucking text-to-speech voices just spouting numbers. It's funny to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, on first class seat's supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha, multi-crack office rep.
With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha?
No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but geez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me.
You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body.
Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting in a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get the high quality paws for him, so I can still feel hungry and sleepy.
Hasn't something else of note also occurred?
You bet your ass something else of note go down.
How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper?
Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Having a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car.
$3,201 red colors. 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. Didn't mean to phrase that as a question.
But of course, 'tis expected duty of any fair, glorious fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak.
I've been keeping a close eye on him for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train, so if you ask me, I'd wager some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here.
I see.
And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars. So what's your business down here?
W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, Indeed. fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. God.
Huh. They got every single one of you a first class ticket? Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. W Corp already knew that this would happen. But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust ya.
As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city.
Ah, non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those oofy boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp.
This is the master key card given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that that we're actually contracted by W Corp.
A key card. So use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see, W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh?
Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way, then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door.
Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to y'all.
Thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protections of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocents in my stead.
Curious child.
Yeah, I don't.
Sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us?
Huh?
Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails.
Aye, forsooth.
Whoa! Are you a famous fixer?
Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a proudly illustrious fixer.
Profoundly, yeah. Proudly. Whoa! I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Can you just?
Don't push her, lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and...
Why did you laugh like that? Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire.
It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured the child's survival.
What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what?
I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
Didn't know you could be like that, Faust.
Be like... what?
You knew there was no way the Fixer was actually there to protect them out of the pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway, am I right? Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today.
Yeah, because they let her keep her shoes on in the...
Yeah.
She got excited that she didn't have to take off her shoes. For some reason. Kind of weird, to be honest. Kind of weird, champ. Faust strode toward Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire.
It'll be 30k on per inquiry.
That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that, once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp?
Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it.
Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red, by any chance? Sasha paused, her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes, and... Oh, you there. That lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. What, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something?
No, well... It was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. I don't know, but like... I can whistle. I just don't know what... There we go, good enough. It was just as we had feared. The scene... Yeah, I see. Yeah, this is definitely the work of, yeah. Yeah, if I know one thing, I've seen a mess like this before. It was Eileen, right? That was her name? Or was that Elena?
Eileen was Church of Gates.
I always get them mixed up! God damn it!
Yeah.
pain and suffering. It was it was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Yeah, pretty much. Oh boy.
닥쳐라, 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
Oh, new ones. These are the same. No? Are these not? I'm pretty sure these are. Yeah. Those are the same. I remember. This is the. God.
Nah.
Very similar.
They're probably bleed potency instead of bleed count on the first two skills, if that's my guess. So it probably swaps the numbers around.
No.
Yeah. These guys are bleed potency. The other ones are bleed
These
count.
These guys give a little bit of both.
Yeah.
바람구멍을 내주지.
40. 먹지.
No. Howie, hit me. I can do that. Why would they go and do a thing like that? True.
갑니다. 대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
Metmer requires Moon to run hydrate.exe.
Brr. Hydrated. I'm big hydrated right now.
탈출 개체 확인.
찢어진 독같이 흐느적거리는구만.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지.
And nobody fucking does first. It happens like once in like a while, but like, God, for a fact. Barely anybody. Yo! This guy's dead!
1시 방향.
40. 이 정도로 나와 공을 만들?
Yeah. It is kind of funny.
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가
It is kind of funny.
죽었으니 이제 당신들도 우리 조직 밑에서 구르게 되겠죠.
슈트가 실시.
갑니다. 40. 먹지. 갑니다.
I love watching the clashes and watching the animations go back and forth, even though I'm winning every single one.
Yeah.
대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
Like, the best part, I think.
전부 쳐죽여!
That fragile really screws them over, to be real.
Yeah.
They don't like stand a chance. They might die this turn. How many more of them are there? Oh, well, they'll be like
전부
a couple.
쳐지게!
사식 먹지
Big.
저런 개인 줄도 모르네.
목이 피었잖아!
Kill.
대가리 딱 떼도록
그 삶에 마침표를!
Gone.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
흙을 마실걸? 다음 놈 나와! 다음 놈 나와!
앞! 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해파.
Paddling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you.
Why you say it like that? Man, why he say it like this? Too bad. Making big movements when there are not a lot of when there's not a lot of room to move around. It takes more energy than you think. Especially for people like us who use longer weapons. Ugh. That is Hong Lu. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that the sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners.
What are these things, Faust?
Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? These entities are... Those entities are... What do you think those entities are?
Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first?
Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion.
There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us.
They're just kind of hungry, I think. Maybe a little thirsty, perhaps?
Quite! 'Tis apparent that they hunger for art, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it.
Right, that's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains.
It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offenses were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness.
Oh my god. Why is it like Hmm.
Yes, and was there anything else?
Anything else? Oh yeah. I think they all had red eyes.
Their bodies wreathed? Wreathed.
Yes.
That is a word. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit, Ryoshu. Perhaps. That might be part of it. God, can I do Ryoshu? I don't know if I can do Ryoshu's voice. I might have lost it for a second. I smelled blood. So that's likely what they're made of. There we go. That's right. And it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon this subject as a tangent while pursuing information regarding our next destination. Wow, it's like I couldn't have predicted this. Wow, it's like I knew, girl. I figured it out. Moments before we boarded the train. And while that will be a useful element for solving this situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do? You know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around to face the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract and provide us with the possible means to find. Oh God, Faust, slow down. Oh, sorry. You may be easier than
What
when
was
I
that
started.
about being able to do the Faust voice easily now?
It's easier to hit it consistently, but it's still it still uses a lot of oxygen, man. And provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. Yeah, God, I'm a little lightheaded. Give me. Ooh. Look,
V이랩이랑
breathy voices like that are always gonna be a bit much, man.
아, 오늘은
Sounds like
제 사비로
excuses and
손해를
affiliation.
메울 필요가 없네요.
Yeah, you're right. Ugh, God. Ugh.
제압을 준비합니다.
Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend?
A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that?
Huh? You, of all people, haven't heard of blood fiends? I thought you were our team expert on obscure lore.
Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory.
Don
See, Gregor,
Quixote.
she's the obscure lore. She's an encyclopedia of obscure lore if it's in tabloids and nothing else.
Yeah, also if it has to do with fixers, usually.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter where the information is on fixers. If it's about fixers, she's gonna find it eventually. Obsession, to be real. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her.
I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night. This is supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right?
This would be a good place to hide from those things, yeah. To be honest.
I don't know about garlic, but sunlight, yeah, for sure.
Maybe they have
You don't know.
Do you think they
Somebody
have
might smuggle garlic onto the train.
Yeah. Don't they have like a no food or drink policy or something stupid? I don't know, that.
man.
They might. You don't know. We don't know.
I think it's just that no one would bother with
Yeah.
bringing food for a 10-second trip.
Yeah, probably. Because they know where they're gonna end up, so they know there's gonna be like a fast food joint like around the corner.
Yeah.
after they exit.
And if they're bringing food with them because they know it's only 10 seconds, it's probably going to be in the freight car on the train with their other luggage and not like with them.
Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor. And what they're actually afraid of is water. They hate taking baths.
True.
I heard that they're like... God, I heard that they're like bath bombs and that they dissolve.
Yeah.
That's honestly what he would fucking... That's the kind of shit I expect Hong Lu to equate things to. because rich. Not that that's a rich exclusive thing, but like... I feel like rich people would be into that shit.
I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer. And I've seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I'm quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen.
God. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the ranks of the Fingers. But the things that blood fiend commanded weren't like these rubber-textured ones. There's something off about this one. that one didn't spawn these dregs with with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I have seen that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we faced in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They were referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Humph. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone bloodbags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though a reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains or W Corp is vast. God, ugh, give me a second, jeez. If incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. With that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the formation of a new hypothesis. God, I'm just gonna pass out here. God, it's a bit much. I can do it if I was just talking, like, off and on, but, like, she's talking so much, God.
Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence?
A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized.
Dissolved.
Yeah, you would know nothing about that, Ishmael. Right, girl? She'd know nothing about that.
She'd know nothing.
She would know nothing. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence, it involves cannibalization, of course.
Where's Discord? Why is it not? Why did Discord kill my? There it is. Okay.
However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed.
If they're merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein like things connecting each individual.
However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you say that digestion's not a thing while we're on the train? If we were to continue my deductions, perhaps... perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood... God, this is gonna be a long one, holy.
Yeah.
To them, blood is accumulation, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambition, wealth, purpose of existence. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes, such as digestion. God.
I ain't followed even half of that.
You exist in a moratoria. A moratoria?
Yes. It's like moratorium that you've said like 5 million times, but without the M.
Yeah. I was connecting the dots a little bit there. I just wasn't sure. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy. They continue to spark within you.
Huh? Well, I suppose they are.
Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction. It can be said that emotions, once past, exists not in continuation. God. The passengers will to live the worth of this very existence in which they thrive. Do they not at all gently atrophy into non-existence amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves, and how blood is to blood fiends. Ugh, God. Sorry, they be talking a little too much, man. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh?
If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together.
There's no incongruence in that logic.
Everyone fell silent for a moment. There was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Isong was the first to
Don't make
break
her
the
talk.
silence. Don't make her talk more, please! Please, Isong! Free me from this cage of hell! Free me from this hell, Isong! Don't ask Faust any more questions, ever! Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they... That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Isong's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. Oh. Ads. I gotta put us on BRB for a minute. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I gotta get up and like do some things real quick.
Okay.
Be right back. Man, that's crazy, chap.
Sorry, chat. I was becoming the glizzy champion. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, let me like. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles in this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. God.
This is the same cutscene, right?
Yeah. Indeed.
Oh, you're spicy.
In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train.
Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cards will lead us straight to the blood fiend.
Very well, I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands.
Dante. It seemed like Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of we're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. Yeah. You're right, Dante.
There's a new enemy.
Oh, I see that. What are you doing here, buddy?
So
Shouldn't you come aboard, I don't know, afterwards? Oh, you're charged. Cool. That's so cool.
I'm so surprised that the charge enemy is a charge enemy. What the fuck?
Me too, honestly. Yo, he's fucking feral?
Yeah.
I mean, reasonable, to be honest.
This skill is very scary.
Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, inflict. Yeah. Bah, bah. Actually.
Every hit.
Bah. Oh, That's
Yeah.
fine. That's good. Ryoshu, you got this. Makes sense. Usually the case. Well, yeah, of course that's not gonna work, dumbass.
Yeah.
You might just have to take that one. I'm not sure you can do much. I don't have like
Oh, yeah.
ego or shit, so well, I guess I have that. You could try that. That's pat. You could win that. Keyword being
You can win the first coin. That's only the calculation for the first coin.
He's got this. A win.
바람구멍을 내주지.
Nope. Oh, that's
He's
terrible.
dead.
Yeah.
That was really bad.
Thank God there's like 4 of them here.
여기 피었잖아.
Only 4 enemies to deal with, so
Yeah.
it could be worse.
Only 4.
Well, I mean on this particular wave.
He thinks this is a wave, man.
Or you know what I mean.
40. 먹지.
Good. Beer.
There's a new enemy, I think.
Oh, merciless.
Sure, that guy is new.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's different-ish. It's a different skill name at the very least. Very similar.
Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah.
I cannot understand what you're saying.
Defense level down.
Okay. Yeah, save that.
갑니다. 탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Good job. Now you can use it, Faust. Kick their ass. Yeah, why not?
갑니다.
Lovely.
이 정도 나와 검을 맞대? 참 배인 줄도 몰랐네.
흙을 마실걸? 다음 놈 나와! 그 삶의 마침표를!
Bam.
It's a new end. No, that's the same one. Never mind.
Yeah, it's the same one. Go right ahead.
대가리 딱
다음 목표로.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않아. 겉에. 합차! 이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대? 40. 먹지.
다음 놈 나와!
I love it when the stagger is delayed. It's funny.
Yeah. More cutscene?
싱겁네요.
You're right. That
윗대가리가
is. This is a
죽었으니
cutscene. No, I'm saying
이제 당신들도 우리 조직 밑에서 구르게 되겠죠. 식구 취급을 해주진 않으니 알아서 기세요.
See what I mean? This one goes faster at some point.
제압을
So anyways,
준비합니다.
chat. Moon's out of energy, so it's the end of the stream now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah. Bunkering.
Oh,
I mean,
right, this
aren't
guy
they
is
all?
You're so true.
Man, do we have a W Corp ID that's a spear? I haven't looked.
Honglu.
Honglu? Honglu has a,
Honglu's a spear, yeah.
has a W Corp spear? I didn't. Oh, right,
You've
right,
used
right.
W Corp Honglu before!
It's been ages, it's been ages, and I haven't looked at them in fucking forever, man. I don't have like any. I have like only have a couple of charge IDs, and I don't use. Man, if only the game would like give me like the other W Corp IDs so that I could like actually like try them out.
So true.
Okay. Well, that's kind of annoying. We don't like you.
You kind of nasty.
It's kind of nasty. Why are you so nasty like that, bro?
Have we seen the axe one yet? In the back there?
Yeah, that was the
Okay.
second most recent.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Yeah, just fucking kill him.
이 삶의
마침표를.
Remove him.
He did not get staggered.
Yeah, I noticed. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! You got this, Honglu. You got this.
Yeah.
This is fine. What are you worried about, Honglu? You're
대가리
fine.
딱 떼고
See, you got this.
40 저런
God, I can't wait for Walpurgisnacht.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that
Me neither.
randomly, like several times throughout, like until it happens.
목이
Just
피었자.
at random intervals.
나와.
Cause like I
He's gonna be
genuinely,
like this until Limbus EOS is Chad.
yeah. We're gonna have Walpurgisnacht, and then I'm gonna immediately, like as soon as it ends, man, I can't wait for the next Walpurgisnacht.
대가리 딱 떼고 저런 개인적인 난
Come on. Anyway, damn, Faust is the fucking Faust. Why you always like this? Like you just like your skills are great, but like why are you always so slow?
바람구멍을 내주지.
When I like literally I like save up
이 정도로
your
나와
tremor count and then I prepare to use it and then you're going last and everybody's already fucking killed the guys. Wow.
흙을 마실 걸?
Damn.
탈출 개체 확인
목이 피었잖아.
Let me go get some blood. Okay. He'll be back by the end of the stream.
기속해 찾아듣지 않아 거대
Oh, let me just put this plate down. The side. So I don't accidentally make a mess.
바람구멍을 내주지.
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대? 탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
다음 놈 나와. 다음 놈 나와.
Oh?
Did they lie? Was there story in this one?
They lied. There's story in this one. Where is this ping coming from?
Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow, he lives still!
Man. Sorry, I'm reacting to the ping that I got. Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
So our sink had a leak somewhere and had to replace piping. But now the hot and cold,
Like the
direct-
association? There's
Yeah,
a link
you're
for
right.
new sink IDs.
Yeah. yeah. Real. No. The fucking hot and cold, the switch, the little thing that you swap between the hot and cold. It's swapped now. So I'm gonna forget that, and I'm gonna burn my hands. I'm gonna burn my hands on rolling out water later. Don't worry about it, chat. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. I don't know, man.
Stay away from me, you monsters!
Hey, man. We're not those monsters. You alright?
Oh! That arm, you're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster.
What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, prosthetic, or whatnot.
It is possible that you are mistaken, due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. A prosthetic! That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you could see, my legs all messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here.
So what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train?
That's what I'm saying. You're right. What we found out about the warped trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train.
You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left.
Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that cart over there, and... This cannot be! Faust! Is there truly no way to cure the blood bags?
My apologies. God. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. Yeah, that's what I did too. Don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience, because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right answers? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
Well, what can I do, right?
The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. That's what Ryoshi sounds like. I swear. Yeah. I swear, Chad. That's what Ryoshi always sounded like. Might be losing it a little bit. They made good use of this space. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
What in the name of wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends. That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car, but why would that thing be here?
The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
Oh, finally! What is that thou seekest to do?
I know those are still there, but they don't do anything unless Cult of the Lamb is open. And I can't play that game right now. Because I'm pretty sure they don't do anything. That's wonderful.
W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then, huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission.
With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. Then the door covering the pod closed, Only the folding chair and the wall covered with viscera remained. Did it get worse? I think it got worse in here. He's gone. There he... What?
Sorry, what did you say? Can you repeat your very, very, I'm sure, funny joke?
I said, I wasn't really a joke. I was just like, did it get worse in here?
Oh, yeah.
like I didn't notice before, but I think it might have gotten worse.
It did, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
There he goes. Thanks, Faust. I wouldn't have known, Geralt. I wouldn't have known without Faust. Symbol.
Yeah. True.
He has departed the scene. He blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well, then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. That's correct. Yes, we'd be doing that. It's real. Yeah.
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니.
Yo, I can pull! Chat, I'm getting nothing. Watch this. Watch this, chat. Watch this, chat. I'm about to get absolutely nothing. Are you ready, Geralt?
Yep.
Yeah, nothing! Wow, that's a good amount of reds though.
Red. No!
Oh!
다음
Holy shit.
세상으로 넘어가려면
Oh hey!
여기구나.
Convenient timing!
Yeah. Convenient
That's-
timing.
That's conveniently that's funny, actually. Okay. It's not gonna
You
happen
got
again.
another one, right?
It's not gonna happen again.
Yeah, no.
They
It wasn't. Not for someone like you.
Yeah. But that's really funny.
It is really
It
funny.
is on theme. That's crazy. What did I get? Bond over to the
to bound over
bound
to the next
to
bug
the next
guy.
bug guy. To bound over to the next bug guy. That's funny. I like that. I don't even really want Faust, you know? I say lying, this Faust is kind of cool. Unlike normal Faust.
Clip that.
Yeah. I don't believe it. There's no story in this one, I don't think. It's gonna jump scare.
부탁드려요.
We're gonna get a story jump scare right now.
True. Story right there.
Yeah, this is story right now.
대가리 딱 떼도. 40. 먹채.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah. She doesn't have aggro, by the way.
Yeah.
So like,
They really just said, we also hate Faust. And...
바람구멍을 내주지.
Haha.
여기 피었잖아.
Most of your health is gone because you did that. Wow. I watched that happen. Honglu,
you watched that.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않은 겉에.
this is insane, actually. You're crazy.
딱 떼도.
You're actually kind of crazy for that.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않은 이 정도로 나와 걷는
We should kill these guys.
So true.
Not that we can, really. in lore, but like, you know, we should kill these guys.
흙을 마실걸?
They might all die when the train stops, though.
I mean, that's already been said. That's what's gonna happen.
I know. I know.
대가리 딱.
It's a shame, really.
탈출기체가 정비해서 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
What a shame.
흙을 마실걸?
I wonder if they gave. I wonder if they hooked up any of the employees to like the usual system.
흙을 마실걸?
Not that it would matter. I was just wondering if I was just wondering if they hooked up the employees to the usual system. I know it won't matter because they don't have any blood left, but the blood will be gone. But you know, it's just a thought.
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 그 삶에 마침표.
That guy's dead.
다음 놈 나와.
대체가 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해파.
I go for it, I guess.
바람구멍을 내주지.
지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리.
It's a shame, truly.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리. 해파. 먹채.
우리 식구를 흙을 마실걸?
40. 이 정도로
Yeah.
나와 겁을 만데?
Anyway,
Yeah.
those guys are a little scary. Not gonna lie.
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니
Can't wait.
이제 당신들도
to fight them
우리
in the
조직
mirror
밑에서
dungeon.
부르게 되겠죠.
Wow,
쉽고 취급을 해주진 않으니
wow, I
알아서
didn't see that
기세요.
coming.
직접 손봐주지.
I wouldn't. That new is really pissing me off, and I forgot about it. Fucking forgot, and now I'm gonna think about it, and then I'm gonna forget about it by the end of combat. And then I'm gonna forget.
목이 피었잖아.
God, that shit's terrifying, man.
다음 목표는
Scary as hell.
거.
I'm like 5 levels higher than these people too.
Yeah.
Oh, these two new.
Yep.
Ah, yeah, alright. Skill 1.
Yeah.
Oh, alright, I guess. I gotta kill these guys. I have got to kill these guys.
바람구멍을 내주지.
Absolutely no way,
40.
man.
먹채.
Oh my god, he threw. That's terrible. You can't be doing that.
다음 놈 나와.
Man.
Maybe some that probably is what I guess.
갑니다.
그 삶에 마침표를.
별것도 아니네.
40. 먹칠. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대.
This is gonna be a fun pack, I think. this is gonna be a fun pack to do.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않아.
I can already. What? Do you know what floor it's on?
5.
That's what I figured. God.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
핫! 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
Oh boy. That's a ouchie right there.
흙을 마실 걸?
다음 목표로.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Yeesh.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요. 지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
God damn it.
네,
드디어 내 차례냐?
지위를 받는 건 오랜만.
준비되었습니다.
부선.
자,
I don't
대골바가지랑
remember the
거미
order
대추
I was
날
at it
차!
in.
키만 잡고 있을 때가 아니구려.
This. God, get rid of that. Oh. Good.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면
Very nice.
되는 거야?
No, those are all the same.
대가리 딱 떼고 대가리 딱 떼고
그 삶에 마침표를.
40. 먹칠. 대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
바람구멍을 내주지. 목이 피었잖아.
다음 목표로.
Ow.
핫!
Okay.
대가리 딱 떼고 저런 개인적인
흙을 마실 걸?
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해.
What the hell was that? heard was a fucking in the background of my hell, bro. Heathcliff, why do you still have 0, bro? You've not been clashing at all?
No.
Like, God. Why not?
갑니다. 40. 먹지. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
그 삶에 마침표를.
Wow,
대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
타겟 포착 1시방향. 목이 피어. 턱을 마실걸?
갑니다. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
Hehe. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. What's this now? We're on the final car adjacent to the freight car, and we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Girl?
Tis the emblem of T-Corp.
It appears that the wall covering it was the fierceness of our battle broken. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they're in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. It sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject, though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted, like she was catching herself.
The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers.
can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first.
Maybe these people are from the same offices as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition.
E. Oh, right, the guy at the platform. Remember.
Yeah.
She's not talking about, what's her name?
Sasha. No.
Sasha.
Sasha.
I was confused for a moment. I feel like that would have been the more prevalent, like, person to think about, but nah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, ads.
Yeah.
This stream's never had ads before. I said lag.
So true. Our ad's done?
Almost. 20 seconds. Oh, that's done. Okay.
Did I read that line?
Yes, I didn't click. Ad started before I clicked.
Look,
so-
it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything.
I believe I've read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, he's...
We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack, as though he saw something awful.
He is the one we encountered at the platform! This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. To be fair, you were like screaming at him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair. Yeah. And he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. Guess he wasn't exaggerating by calling it an expedition.
Over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Quite the strategy.
Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between the Fixers and the Bloodbags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as their wallets would permit. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves.
Maybe that's true. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective. Despite the fact that there is but a single scene, I will remember both of your inputs.
That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often made it to the end of the war.
Yes, well, good for them. Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I'm physically unharmed, yet... yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere, while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that I even could barely hear what she was saying.
I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake, in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, you know?
So, Ishmael, you heard what Faust said? She was whispering to me, not you. Actually? You're not supposed to know this information yet? We're supposed to tell you after the fact, after, say that Faust lost connection inside the train, and then you're all gonna be like, what the fuck? Why didn't you tell us? God! They would do that, though. They would say that. this sense, I find Myers. I find Myron is not unlike your own. It is like lying on my back over an unseen grave, with a reflection of radiance upon my eyes, and the sanguine scent of hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. It seemed that Ishmael and Esong picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
The way, I don't even ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today, somehow.
That is...
Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad that you learned that you had a softer side.
This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. Curt? Curt.
Yes.
Sorry. Words are real. Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that the train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car.
We're almost at the end.
Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured.
Which means
that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train.
just beyond that door.
Well, how impressive could it be if its fathers are this weak? We practically smashed through their entire horde. No problem. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity.
Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood fiends are like or blood bags are like mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right?
A being of power who can create a force of their own, without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes.
Listeners each exchange various options with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength. And all of a sudden,
Indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. me of feeble, I cannot. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now.
Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the Blood Fiend to complete our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the final car of this train. Uh-oh. We're gonna be fighting a Blood Fiend this...
싱겁네요.
I've only ever fought one of those
윗대가리가
before.
죽었으니
All of...
이제 당신들도
Hey.
우리 조직 밑에서 구르게 되겠죠.
I mean, you also fought Nosferatu, but
쉽게 취급을 해주진 않으니
I guess... But that's...
I know he's an
that's
abnormality, but he's an
abnormality.
abnormality of a blood fiend.
I guess... Yo, recycle... you gotta do this one over and over again.
Yeah.
선원 집합.
Isn't this like the second
이번
to last
작품에 대해
stage
논의할 시간이다.
or something?
Something like that. This room.
This is you.
God, it's so upsetting sometimes not to have the like voice actors, the actual voice actors like there, because like I so badly want to do, because this is a big guy, a big bad, supposedly. So I don't want to like fuck it up. Like I don't know.
He's a bit crazy. Genuinely.
I mean, aren't all Blood Fiends a little bit crazy?
No, but that's a
Just-
distortion detective thing, and I'm not gonna talk about it right
I
now.
guess I've only really met two proper ones.
You've
They're-
met two,
I've seen
and one of them
Two.
you've said you've had him say one thing to you.
yeah, pretty much. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy... Sorry. Obsescuous. Where are thy obsescuous smiles? He must be the
It
Blood
basically means
Fiend.
obedient, by the way.
Okay. God. He must be the Blood Fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Ahem. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. Thou mayest address me as Prince Cassetti. Cassetti?
Cassetti, yes.
Thou may address me as Prince Cassetti, the sixth kindred, or a kindred of the sixth generation. The rightful prince and refuge of his family.
So, you know what the name of this intervalo is based on, right?
No. I should?
Murder on the Warp Express. Murder on the Orient Express.
Ah, okay.
So, let me see real quick. I have to remind myself exactly, 'cause I'm pretty sure.
Also, this is a great CG, by the way. He's got like a...
It's an amazing.
He's
CG,
got like a
yeah.
blood crystal throne over there.
Yeah.
I kind of vibe with it.
So in the Orient Express, I don't know if you know the major plot twist of the Orient Express.
No.
But basically, there's a murder on the train, and the victim, Cassetti, his murder is investigated by a detective, and he goes around and interrogates all the passengers to find out who killed him, right?
Mhm.
So it turns out all 13 passengers, other than the detective, worked together to murder him because they all hated him. Hey, how many sinners are there?
That's good.
Yeah. But now the villain, who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel.
Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking.
If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with the basic etiquette, Quint?
Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask.
What did I just do?
He about to pull off the mask, scream, persona. Am I wrong? I haven't even played those games. I am wrong? Damn.
Yeah.
Guess I'm wrong then. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask to your face skin? Not a half-bad job. Of course it's excellent. Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and the eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince. That's what I am.
He's a bloody loon, ain't it? Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life.
I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry. Bawling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire.
What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you.
Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags.
Ain't let my guard down. But we blasted through so many bloodbacks we couldn't even keep count, didn't we?
Couldn't even keep count. No. Oh, no. But the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. And I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebear kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it, not giving it away, nope. This is rather curious. It appears this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be...
One second.
Damn. Me when I'm vibing.
Hold on a minute.
The figures suddenly and frantically charge into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face.
It is thee, by the, hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur, and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train.
Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board? One still capable of rational thought.
Damn, you actually made it all the way back here. I guess wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I used to fight my damnedest too, till I was the last one standing.
What is she talking about? Or what's she talking about?
But where
Yeah.
did that leave me? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these forearms left. Kinda funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and I pleaded. I told him that.
Don Quixote, watch out!
I'd do anything to live.
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me.
I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti.
Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. To be the first of many since my escape. For the kingdom I intend to build.
I love the crystals, by the way.
Yeah, they're kind of cool. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own. My family.
So Cassetti ID for the rerun, right?
Honestly, would be kind of pog.
Yeah.
Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings. So I present before you this group from the first-class car.
Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred?
Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn.
I see. The Blood Fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the Blood Fiend. Similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information.
Maybe. That's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time as his lackey. Even then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then the passengers who were under thy protection.
Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. I don't know. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. I kind of had a feeling, yeah.
So, fun fact, one of the reasons people hate Cassetti so much in the book is because he kidnapped and killed children, basically.
That's a reasonable reason to hate someone, I think.
Yeah.
My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but this... I really, really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this.
There was a child.
Yep, little Runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I'd know.
Hold thy vile tongue!
Dreaming of being a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice. It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really, really early grave.
Silence! Silence!
Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Yeah, me too, honestly. Kind of an ass. Like, I'm not like... Man, these guys have, like... Sorry? Yo, wait, I didn't even notice? Me when I jam? Me when it is a jam? For real?
바람구멍을 내주지.
Have you checked the wave count of this encounter, by the way?
It's a 2.
흙을 마실걸?
Have you checked the enemy count of this encounter, by the way?
I can't.
You can't? Okay. That's weird.
Maybe because this isn't a wave with that in it right now? I don't know. God, I really don't... It's like such a waste on these guys, but...
타겟 포착. 1시간.
Is this gonna I hate that consumes it at combat start. That's my least favorite part about that skill.
Skill issue?
It's because she always ends up being like slow out of nowhere during combat. So like she just consumes the tremor before I'm ready to.
I mean, she does refund it on hit.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's the same wave. I don't know why it's weird like this. There's a new enemy, by the way.
Man, who is that? Never seen this person
No idea.
before. God. Yeah, alright. Oh, yeah,
Why did you
yeah.
level your people up to level 50?
Mirror Dungeon?
I guess.
It makes my life easier, and I needed to go further down. Not all of them are level 50, but the ones I mainly use are right now.
Uh-huh.
That's good. This is a pain. That design is sick though.
Oh yeah.
It's sick. At least it's not next turn. No. It's my I don't like it when it's next turn. It makes my life hard. Sure.
You know.
Just activate one of these immediately. Like, God,
Yeah. Also, you should look at sanity, not for any particular reason, but like there's unique icon. At this point, a lot of the different enemies have unique sanity icons, and they're good. And also unique sanity effects, obviously, since they're different ones.
God, they kind of cook with this music right now.
Oh yeah.
Why do they do that all the time? They gotta stop.
You didn't check passive, by the way? Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Same old, same old.
Yeah. That's the coagulated blood.
Normal. That's normal. Normal. Seen that one. It's about
she is
where
better
they-
healing. And that's his best.
Yeah, that's about it. 1, 2, 3. You're guarded, so it gives me a turn to kill somebody. At least. You guys should use big skills, 'cause those are kind of scary. The fact that a solid number of you, solid number of you did not pull out the big skills, is a bit upsetting.
바람구멍을 내주지.
A bit worrisome, if you ask me. It's a shame to waste that, but I'd rather use it there.
Did this one have an EX conditional?
I don't remember. I don't normally
that
look at those instantly.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess, somewhere in the 10 to 15 range, probably. Which, might end up cutting it close. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of want to kill you, actually.
You always know a fight is fucked up when the EX conditional is clear stage and not a turn count.
Yeah, that is usually what that means, to be real. Come on, get staggered. You're dead now. Dead. You ran away
No.
like a coward.
You notice that none of these guys are dying?
찢어져. 별것도 아니네.
I see that now.
Wow.
That guy is just vibing there, I guess.
Yeah, no, they all stay there. You can see the other guys too.
Oh, I see. I wonder why that might be. Fucking bonk.
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their author. My first kindred to be created without their authorization. Is this bumbling fool?
I pray for your forgiveness, my parent.
Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Oh, what abundance! I had nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king. Aye, buddy, I'll challenge you, I suppose. I'll challenge you to a reading contest. Who can read your
reading
stuff
contest. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd win. Real? Yeah, I. Okay. That's.
He's got some interesting skill names.
Yeah.
You don't have any of his passives yet. Sanity, though. I think, yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
Blood fiends. He does lose sanity on Clash Loot, though, which is unique. Do not gaslight your... have you checked his status effect yet, by the way?
Okay.
바람구멍을 내주지.
Yeah, I figured. I didn't want to worry about it because it didn't like have any major effects. So, like, it didn't like give him like +5 more stored blood.
Yeah.
So like, you know, like a lot of other fucking bosses have shit like that, man. Already slightly panicked? He's already slightly panicked. Let's go.
Probably it's passives now, I think, maybe. Nope. No? Okay.
God. Jamming? You can go ahead.
바람구멍을 내주지.
Not that I would. Not that it was causing like an issue right now, but like I just didn't like it, so like
목이 피었잖아.
man, they really pulled out two kind of kick-ass bosses back to back.
Yeah. Now he definitely has passives.
What? You get one as a treat, he said.
So true.
Well, guys, kill him. Not that he's gonna go first. Is this gonna hurt? No. Doesn't look like it.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Really said, I need healing.
Yeah. Man, I think he has a new passive now.
Yeah, maybe. Nope.
Or not? Have you actually read what Stored Blood does yet? Or did you not?
Every time he loses it,
Can you click on it? What the fuck?
It's
Let me fuck
explained
something
here.
up.
It reaches 0.
But no, cause like he's supposed to. Whatever. You can probably make the correlation yourself by looking at the numbers right there.
I don't like that skill. Richard, fucking kill that guy. You can just like do that. Uh-huh.
지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
I need to reload.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, okay. That's kind of scary. That's a little scary. Honestly, that's kind of terrifying, actually. That might be a little spooky, perhaps. A little bit spooky. A little bit spooky. That's
탈출 개체 확인.
You're fine. He got inflicted with plus coin drop.
40.
You're playing bleed, you can't lose.
먹지.
yeah.
앞.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Right.
Still nothing. Wow. This guy, he's kind of secretive. He doesn't want to tell me shit about himself.
Yeah.
Ah. Do you think this guy has dialogue for if you bring in like?
He doesn't.
That's a shame. He should.
So true.
Oh, he's just gonna gain it. Okay, that's fine. Man, I'm sorry, Gregor. I don't mean to be doing this to you.
He means to be. He hates you, Gregor.
갑니다.
He hates you for real.
Oh, I need to reload. I forgot.
Man, I'm so glad Gregor's the one who's.
뭐가 쉬워라.
Yeah, me too. Glad I really said, here you go, Gregor, you can do nothing this encounter. When I have another person who needs to fucking not.
Do you have a new passive yet?
It doesn't say new on him at all.
He doesn't even have a new. Man, damn.
Gotta gain that 2 poise count, man.
You know, Gregor, I think I've been. Aw.
바람구멍을 내주지. 자!
I'm not gonna do him dirty 7 billion times in a row this encounter.
Listen, he's used to it from Kim Ji-hoon. You can do it too.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
Honk. Alright guys, fucking kill him. Take him out.
Do you have any passives? Man, I think they broke his passives revealing. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have more in by now.
Maybe.
Because there's one that's like, oh, if he has bleed on himself, he heals more or something, I think. And it's like, well, I don't know where that one is.
하나 가져간다.
Wow, good job, Gregor. Good job, Gregor. You actually crit on the second coin instead of the fucking first one. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. Ugh.
Yeah, Blood Fiends are kind of unbeatable if they're on a warp train. This... I don't know if we can...
The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warped trains was proving to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle continued much longer than our scuffles at K-Corp border checkpoint, or our struggle against endless hordes of the dead at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had grown. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but they were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continued to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry.
Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought!
Shut up! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to surviving the 200 years and that disgusting, horrible... No, no. I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to think about it. Shut up. Be quiet. God damn it.
What?
What? Me making noises? You're confused? Do it like every day. Me when I'm jamming right now. I hope that this one had no, like, it wasn't like 15, because I'll die. That would be really funny, but also like I'm gonna die, man. I mean, I'd have to get through like the first 2 waves on like the first 3 turns probably. Also, I don't even remember what turn number I was on when I beat it, so like I don't. Oh man. Oh man, me not know. Me absolutely do not know. Man, I like that his crystals are like darker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, Project Moon kind of cooked, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of cooked when they came up with the concept of Limbus Company, you know?
You're so right.
I'm just now reading the line properly, but
Yeah.
please, 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 sir, let me have a sip. Just the smallest sip, sir.
I'm not going to piss on him.
You fucking... Why would you say that?
That's what the meme is! What do you want from me?
Chat, why would this guy say something
And
like
just
that?
let him die.
Anyway, shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. I'll be good, please. Please, please let me have just a sip. Just the smallest sip. Please. It won't matter how many times you stab me.
I should stop until all of my flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a vicious, shapeless mush, never to become whole again.
But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is too powerful. It's so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't. My kindred, my child. I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid. No.
What can I do?
Find the weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had.
Wait, I think I've got an idea.
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
Is that the way they fight? Reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic use and fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs become no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important. Like this little thing.
With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the card key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote, stop her now.
Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you.
Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, with one of her arms stuck. But one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Rousseau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card.
This is the key to the first-class cause, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom.
No. Cassetti examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance is greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all of this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is is an admirable sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember, thus the lack of a plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the Master Keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus the only option that remains at present is to compromise. Sorry, I was drinking. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces.
Major Esquire. Compromise? The compromise with a villain as vile as that cur.
I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's several injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well, then, Cassetti. Why don't we move this conversation to a different location? I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. Or, only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There was no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be completely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been the sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we each have to offer to one another. That clock must be thy monarch, then, And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate, then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his weak equal.
Esquire.
Whatever you say, man. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closes shut behind us. We gambling? Let's go gambling! Ah, dang it.
착각하지 마.
Dang it.
해파 겉에
That's the industry,
내
guys.
놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게
Yeah.
내가 강하길 내 놈들을
Man.
휘두르는 거지.
Shh, Ryoshu. Shh. So this passageway leads straight to Mephistopheles? Oh. Wait a minute.
Hmm?
We're in Mephistopheles.
Yeah.
This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon. Or create a kindred here. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? Suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion. And she replied with an even quieter whisper, without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Cha-ching! Man, that was audible! Dante, don't make those sounds! You can't be making those sounds, Dante. You're gonna let them know that we're happy about the situation. Did you know that this would work? No. And as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Rhodia's fascination with gambling. Oh no! Faust is becoming a gambling addict! I mean, let's go. Good
So
character
true, so
development. I might have to raise Faust from below fake Vergilius on the tier list.
You're right.
I like the idea that when if I ever raise Faust's tier, I just move F tier up instead of moving Faust out of F tier.
Yeah. When Faust becomes your favorite character, you're just gonna have to move F tier to the top of the tier list.
Real. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Fausts in the... I forgot how to pronounce this word, it's been so long. You remember? It's like...
Gesellschaft.
Gesellschaft.
Yeah.
Faust, I would like to make a complaint against the Fausts in the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master key card? If thou were just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How is that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival, except for you, Dante. Because, for whatever reason, you remember all that shit.
Yeah.
We will have no way to relay our news. Whether one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for. Not even the smallest hint. And the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. I suppose, but like, what if I can just rewind that shit?
So true.
At least for them, you know? And then I can be, and then Dante can be the insane person forever. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but... but what about the other passengers of this train, and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Dante, can you, like, speed up time?
True.
I mean, you can, like, I saw you slow time, so, like, maybe you can, like, speed it up to a point where the regeneration, like, starts to give out, man. Because this is this, like, really
what
slow
sin
time.
would that? What sin would that be, though?
I don't know. Think I know? Like,
What do you say?
I don't know, like, I'm trying to think. It wouldn't, I don't think gluttony, would it, pride? No. Not,
Well,
we already have,
it would be sloth, the one we already have.
yeah, you're right. We start gaining abilities based on fucking, like, virtues or some shit.
So true.
Just out of nowhere, hey guys, Kim Ji-hoon here. So now you have the ability to access virtues. It's another fucking list of...
I like how the
like-
implication that the tutorial in the game says, "Hey guys, Kim Ji-hoon here."
Yeah! Isn't that what they all did, though? Hey guys,
You're so true.
Kim
So
Ji-hoon
true.
here. As my OC Faust. Sorry, we need to hurry up so that we can get to Walpurgisnacht.
Yeah, I don't know if we're doing that per stream.
Faust does not reply. I mean, it shouldn't be so long, right?
It's pretty long. That one's pretty long.
We can, I think we can do it. It'll be fine. It's only like one cutscene and fight.
I'm pretty sure it's more than one fight, but you know.
The
and
Walpurgisnacht?
more than one cutscene. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost. but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet...
We shan't allow this!
Don Quixote! I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done.
It's her again!
Reminds me of that Ishmael meme where it's like, I don't want to become like her. When it's like, oh, I should probably research fixers, and it's like, no, not her.
What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend the eons inside this.
I care not. I would welcome the eons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting this villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thy eternal judgment.
Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
Faust, unhand me! Thou must let him live, Manager Esquire!
Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
Then I shall fill the millennia with tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one.
Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote.
Then to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire, even though you're a dumbass and have no memories. Is there sorry, Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain, and the sinners remain unharmed?
Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. We were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions of creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become my next kindred. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. I can reverse that. Real. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, a solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen.
Oh,
Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings of her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. Oh no, not her shoes, those are her favorite. She looked on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... yeah, that didn't come through at all, man. I heard you breathe in. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Me too, buddy. Are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante?
Yeah, those.
I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me. It hath been a loyal steed by my side for however long it hath been in existence.
She doesn't know when she got them?
Ah, Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so.
No, I think I'm good.
Be not so bashful. Go on ahead.
Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky.
Stinky they are not, scuffed as they might appear. Rocinante's in pristine condition. Alas, thou shalt not address me as a small girl.
But that's what you are. You're short. Look, you're shorter than fucking...
Yeah.
Look, you're fucking short. As you're shorter than Karen, man. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running I mean... Rocinante.
I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares.
I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas, wearing Rocinante. Yeah, how? Okay, here's my question, Don. If you like never take them off, how do you put, like, what kind of pajamas you wearing? Like, are you wearing like the onesie type pajama? We have never seen the sinners in pajamas, so we don't know.
Yeah.
They could just be like regular, like.
Hey, by the way, do you remember how in Canto 3 there was that one event where they had to take off their shoes and walk across burning coals? Do you remember
I see.
that I had you look at Don Quixote in that moment there?
Did I read this line? I read this line.
Yes, you did. because you commented on the pajama thing.
Yeah.
Verily, Rojanante and I remain bound together even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are not bound by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight.
Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes. Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
Take them off. Why, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest.
She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? Ugh. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then darkness. You can't. The first mistake you made was having Dawn take off her shoes. She hates that. Terrible mistake, Cassetti. Terrible. No, that's impossible. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering aura I saw red eyes.
You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor.
I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being, the blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy! Oh, venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg!
Insolent worm!
Droplets of blood slowly rises around the blood fiend's mouth before coagulating and sealing his mouth shut.
No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such an abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence.
I know, it's kind of good.
Yeah.
coagulate, then melt away.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly ponderously? Rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun.
You.
Don Quixote turned to look at me. He was still on the ground after being thrown. He was still on the ground after being thrown away by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece.
Something I couldn't quite understand.
Rocinante, to me.
Rocinante.
I beseech you.
I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them on her bare feet one by one.
Ah, one day.
She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Damn, for real?
Yeah.
Don Quixote? I mean, I knew she had to have something tying her to the next to the La Manche land or whatnot, but like, I didn't know it was gonna be like that. I kind of just want to like see what the Walpurgisnacht's like if we still have a little bit of time, at least. If it's like an all-in-one thing, or if it's like a fucking intervallo looking ass thing. I don't know. I don't know.
No, it's not. It's just really long. The fight takes so long.
Sometime later.
Can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense?
I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti.
Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate.
Hello! Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Saphirless. Neat. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone.
However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them.
Wait.
Hmm?
Who are those three?
Faust. The manager. And Don Quixote, who is still unconscious.
Huh, really? The three of you?
Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
I've identified the three conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness.
Okay, man.
Okay, man. Really, though, for real. Honestly.
So what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold?
She appears to be in a state of... she appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. I also remember Faust's last words as she died, real.
Yeah.
And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, you know...
Wait, that reminds me. There's the key card.
Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. You're right, Ryoshu. You're so right. Who is in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the keycard? So what about the keycard he was holding, though? SMH.
It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges.
Wait, oh.
Oh no! Everyone, calm down! Calm down! I said calm down!
I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh?
How about we force one of these doors open?
The master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving this situation. What?
How?
It will
Is there
require...
either of a different OST before... Am I going crazy?
No, I don't think it was a different OST. I think you're losing it. It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Yeah.
Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again.
We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. A steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders. Which one? Who's carrying Don Quixote? I need
Probably
a...
Merceau. Probably
That would
Merceau.
probably be about right. But, like, still, can we have CG?
Yeah.
Can have CG? And arrived at our destination.
Oh, no. Please.
Hi, Virgilius.
Also, beautiful fucking district. Jesus Christ.
What district is this?
This is P Corp.
Yo, we in P Corp now.
I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are in.
Sandy Pitter. Sandy Patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, I can... Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the simpler gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait. Are you seriously gonna just open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that it's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely insured. Yeah, that's what they all say, Faust.
Tell us what's past that door.
I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. Lamau.
What? Oh, wait!
She gambled once, she's already addicted.
True.
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now please enter through this door. Wow, I can see a lot in here. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into the building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts.
I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm.
Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening?
I can't open my eyes.
Patui. Patui, God's saying, Mom. Wait, no way. Is this a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm. I expected to say indifferent rhythmic tone or something, but indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she hurled us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Court platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand.
I thought we'd never make it.
Whoa, are you guys okay? How are these passengers?
We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer.
Oh, so you guys know that, the people, Captain orders back. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh?
Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there.
Oh, that, huh? I've never seen an action before. Thanks, let me go check.
That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
Huh? There isn't anyone in here.
Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod?
This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken.
That's definitely what that guy sounded like. I look at that guy's face and that's
Yeah.
the voice I imagine.
Yeah.
I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word.
Hey, so by the way, that's never explained.
What do you mean?
The guy disappearing, that's never explained. They never explain.
Well,
They never explain that.
well, clearly, the fucking... Here's my theory. The fucking... God, what's her name? Sasha. Would Sasha still be alive?
No. Probably not.
I mean, I don't know, man. I was gonna say something like maybe Sasha found him. I mean, there's like 1,000 years to like search through all this shit, so maybe it didn't look like a very complicated thing. It looked like a lever that opened it up.
Have we arrived?
Rise and shine, lass. Haven't had enough nap yet, Mr. Freeman.
Gordon Freeman.
I see. I will hear the details of this incident on the bus once we're traveling again.
Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA, and Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression.
I will now leave Karen and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand in the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space.
I was finally... man! What the fuck? So how long we talking? Like an hour or 30 minutes? Or like an hour and 30 minutes? I'm just curious. I wasn't gonna force
It's
you to
probably
do
like
anything.
30 minutes. Because it's
Okay.
2 fights and then cutscenes.
I imagine it's still unlocked. I don't have to like, because it's gonna be a mini, so it's unlocked still, right?
I mean,
Whether or not
New
I
Dungeon's not
actually-
coming out next week. We can just wait.
I
for that.
know, but I'm in look. I want to get things done as quickly as possible in case they announce it like, I don't know, they announce it next week and then say it's gonna.
They're gonna announce it 2 weeks in advance, like they always do.
Okay, good. I panic. I get anxiety too easily. Okay, I have an anxiety disorder. Like, and I really want to get all the achievements done. So. I worry because I worry because I worry. I mean, I'm just glad personally that we finished this one, this interval. I'm glad that we decided to do a little bit of it beforehand, because we probably would be dying right now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I mean, man. I'm actually kind of excited to like see the cutscene for what, like I want to see all the cutscenes for Walpurgis Knots.
Yeah.
Like I'm just. This is the one that's right before Church of Gifts.
This is Red Eyes Ryoshu and Solemn Lament Musong.
My question was, this one is the one right
This is the one right before Full Stop, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was just curious.
Also, we, even other than Walpurgis Knot, we might have cutscenes before that or something, I don't know.
Right, maybe.
From the thing. I don't remember
there's gonna
how
be a lot of
exactly played
stuff.
out.
There's gonna be a lot of things, probably, yeah. God. Yeah, they're gonna fucking... Okay, I was finally able to ask Faust once Vergilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. I mean, she is connected to Faust, so I mean...
Yeah.
Of course she knew. Because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is. That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Vergilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there. According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp train platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust reconnecting to Faust, or reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. Faust's reply. Faust's. Yes. Faust's reply to Yisong's nebulous wording with a quiet affirmation. Please, do not take this query with any greater importance than a mere jest, however. Do you suppose I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Yisong. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yisong mused.
He totally knows. He totally knows.
He 100% knows, man.
The other sinners are stupid. He definitely knows.
If any two sinners were to figure it out, Merceau and Yisong would be the two, to be honest. I don't know if Merceau clocked it. Also, maybe, I mean, like, outside of Yisong, the one, like, 100%, like, noticed was definitely, like, God, Brain? Ishmael.
Oh, Ishmael,
yeah. 100% Ishmael saw. I don't know if she would connect dots or anything, but, at the very least, she noticed the difference, so, I mean... Yisong mused ambiguously before leaving us. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. Not for us. It felt like 5 hours. Because it was.
Yeah.
I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp. So I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
How do we find ourselves at P-Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched?
It's okay, Don. It's okay. You don't need to know.
I'm too tired to explain.
Chiquita. I forgot. Chiquita?
Yes.
Chiquita. You missed out big time on one crazy adventure.
That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears.
The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in Faust's, who believes an uncertainty rises within me, too. I looked up at Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. Yep, that's about right, Dante. Hey, don't boo me out like that. Nope, it's just Walpurgis.
It is business.
So so next time it's Walpurgisnacht and the dream ending. That's a nice.
Oh yeah, no, it's really nice.
Yo, I can name the next dream ending the dream, yo. Because I always try to come up with a way to reword them, but I couldn't. I could have done. Whatever. Give me my lunacy.
Yeah, you can pull.
Yeah, you're right. I can pull. I don't want to waste that. I would have 100% done it, but like, what? How many do I have? Like 7? Yeah. I don't wanna waste it, man. I gotta get a full 10 pull. I'm not gonna get a fucking single like. I will take a pull that gives me literally any of the fucking guys that I. Well, that or Blade Lineage or the Last Pequod. I mean, I'll take literally anything because no matter which one it gives me, it's a 3-star. So I literally don't care which one. Just literally any of them. Please, God. Hopefully the battle task will give me enough before. I'm hoping that even if I get here, that I can get enough boxes to get the last IDs I need. Not bad. Almost there. So I just need. Man. Anyway, while I'm absent-mindedly looking through this shit, let's so close, man, so close. Anyway, that's all for today. I would have loved to be able to go through Walpurgisnacht and then go straight into the dream ending, but we only have so much energy to voice act, and I don't want to, like, because I'm sure Faust's gonna talk because it's Walpurgisnacht. I don't want to, like, make my fingers numb from not breathing properly because I'm doing Faust's voice, and that voice does that to me sometimes. Yeah, because it be like that. So we're gonna end stream for today. If you have enjoyed and are not already, feel free to leave a follow here on Twitch. Go subscribe over on the VOD channel. One day that will be the live channel. One day. But no, it's not today. It'll be the second. I can't wait to multi-stream, man. It'll be good. It'll be pog. Anyway, that's it. Hope you've enjoyed. We'll see. I hope you have a good rest of your day, night, evening, time zone, and I'll be back. Do you have a time? Perhaps?
I'll look later.
Okay. We'll be back some point. I'm gonna try to be back earlier than that. Unless it's like, I don't know, Monday or something that he has time. I don't know. We don't know. But I'll try. But I don't know. Shit happens, man. Shit happens. But that's all. See you next time. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.